But it's not a thing about making it accurate. It's a thing about making it feel right. If it's an accident that's an error that feels good, then you leave it in. You know, you want those. It's not a thing about making it accurate.
Welcome in all. Get into the Cerastus project tonight. This morning. Just slow ease in. Oh, got an alarm going off. Hey, Hobby ADHD, what's going on? Master of Death and Risen, how's he doing? He is all set up.
But it's not a thing about making it accurate.
Finished up on Monday. Still got to get some better shots of him for the socials. Found him very hard to photograph. Something to be proud of. Thank you. I appreciate you. Hey, your kit bash looks great. Looking forward to seeing that get painted up and come together. Very cool concept. We were having a look at it last night. We were going through the Discord. The Elder, huh? Very cool. How's your weekend treating you anyway, man? So,
if it's an accident that's an error that feels good, then you leave it in.
Should be a casual one this morning.
You know,
have a cup of coffee and get into the Cerastus. We've got the main underskeleton primed up and ready to go here. From the build last night, we haven't re-enabled palette cam. There he is. We still need to do some fur here and there to make it come together and smoothen the leg green stuff transition. Fur would be very cool, yeah. Your leg transition. Oh yeah, I'm looking now, I see what you mean. Yep, smoothing it up, get it clean. I see. Oh, it's gonna come out awesome though. Looks great. So, this morning's gonna be some of the more traditional painting. With the underskeleton of the knights, I'm not gonna go too hard with detail. We'll get into that with the armor paneling. Overall plan is wash both these pieces down with a mix of 50/50 Nuln and Agrax Earthshade. Then come back with probably just the Nuln and hit the really deep spots. Then dry brush back up through a Lead Belcher, then probably a Runefang Steel. And then start to hit all of the bronze details, the blacks, any little contrast details on here. Wash them down, and then come in to actually start to layer up. And although we're going to dry brush up, we're then going to layer up using that dry brush as a guide for light and where the value should be. But generally with the knights, I don't layer all over. Some of that dry brush will still show. It's just big areas, like these big smooth tops of the legs are going to show quite heavily on the Cerastus, so we'll give them some attention. I don't know how much time we're going to find, but then there's obviously weathering underneath as well. Sculpt some fur around the shoulder pads and hips. You think you'll find some feathers, that's cool. Okay. Sculpting fur is one of my favourites. Always really fun. Not too hard or too high stakes, because it's gonna come out natural looking. But still a bit of a sculpting challenge, bit of fun. So I have no idea what my plan is with this big boy to hold on to him as we paint. You're far from the best, but you've done it a couple times and it's enjoyable. Yeah, I've done it not enough times to say I'm the best, but I always enjoy it. Those sorts of things, fur, or like doing Death Guard, doing Nurgle, they're fun things to start out with sculpting, I think. So, this is the plan, bit of tack. I might fill this hole in the handle in first. Hopefully this holds fairly firm. So I don't have to have my fingers in the paint job all the time. Until we start to dry brush, I expect. Morning, Combat Wombats. Welcome in. How you doing, dude? You are up early, Combat Wombats, for a Sunday. I know the time difference. Rock on, man. And then for the legs, I'm actually thinking I'm going to put it on two handles and be able to grab from either one. You got to sleep in till 6:30, Combat Wombats. It's been up about half an hour. Have to head off, Hobby ADHD. It's family night? No worries. Go enjoy family night, my dude. Can't wait to see the progress. We'll catch you soon. Appreciate you, man. Always good to catch ya. Can't wait to see your progress with the kit bash, dude. It'll be very interesting. That don't feel stable, not one bitsy itsy. Center of the foot then, it is. Might have to grab a sculpting tool and push some of that blue tack back though, so that I can access underneath for painting. We need more tack. Normally up in work, driving to work by 6:30, gotta slowly roll out of bed and deal with Bob. True. Yeah, I'm normally up early on a weekday, but like to be able to push a Sunday back a bit further. So double handles means that at least I can put the thing down and they're both at the same level. We will try to push back and push down some of this tack. Anything that's missed, anything under here is gonna be in the shadow. Come back and sort of black line. We'll try and make sure that our washes are consistent. Also might have a look with these legs at punching the camera backwards, so my hands are going to be right down on the table to show you guys, huh? So I'm holding at normal height, it is in the camera, is it not? This thing's, even this actually, big enough it's in the camera. Bear with me while we work that one out. So that's fairly nice. That's going to be worst case scenario like that, and then as we turn, we'll roll with that. Let me know if you're just getting a camera eye full of model too often and we'll readjust again. I don't believe this is gonna hold. Tempted even to drill the socket. Put a peg up through the center while painting. The question is, if I drill, am I leaving enough surface contact to get this guy down afterwards? try with it just tacked up to begin. Alrighty, so generally speaking for the nights I do a 50-50 non-loyal Agrax. We're gonna see how that runs up because I am finally hitting new formula non-loyal. I've been saving those old formula pots for years now, but we've run out. So I might need a bit more non-loyal than usual. I was also debating something like just going straight up Targa or Raid Shade, so we're going to start out by just placing both combos on the palette and seeing what they sort of look like. A big size 7 brush for the shades. For those 50-50 mixers, we've got a dropper, pipette, oh gosh, that was an alarm. Are there any more of those that I haven't cancelled? Right, got the non-oil. 1, 2, 3. Before we make a decision, I won't go overboard, I'll leave it at that. Obviously we're gonna need a lot of wash for the big boy nights. Agrax. 1, 2, 3. I won't even pull the Targa Raid Shade out, we're just gonna look. Pull that down. Just pull that down. No, I don't think I want this red warmth. I think we stick to the original formula. It's really not an ideal shade without mixing for this, so gonna pretty much fill this well with a non-loyal Agrax combo, so we're gonna cover a lot of ground. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alrighty, gonna bring you guys back in. Let me know how the audio is there. We're on a brand new microphone. Getting used to its pattern. I think I should be speaking into it about right. Maybe turn it forward a bit. Yeah, this is good. We're gonna hit all over here. Just Just an all over wash. I have tried before looking at what it's going to be like to start recess shading one of these pieces on a night. It's really not worth it, especially with these deep areas like this. Even if you're recess shading, you're essentially going to end up washing anyway. So we're just running all over wash and try to soak back up off the big flat areas. Getting in there deep. Morning, Black Jackal. Good to catch you. Audio's good, still making coffees. Good stuff, good stuff. I got my own on the go. Haven't got a paper towel out ready yet. Reason for that one is pick up any excess, move it back away. Dr. Merlickstein, welcome in. Everyone's here. What's going on? How's your morning treating you? Getting a coffee too? So, one of the other things is to let the wash settle. I'm trying to hold the whole piece on its side, and we'll try to actually dry this shade on the side before it turns so that we don't get all that runoff straight down. Cocooning while it rains, that sounds amazing. I definitely woke up this morning to the weather and felt like I wanted to lay in cocoon all day. But I made it out of bed to be here. A little bit jealous, though. Do I want to fill that recess heavily? Keep it standard. Do it. Oh, we're looking harder. Age of Sigma, heck yeah. As a game format, I really appreciate AOS. Still love my 40k models, but really enjoy AOS for gameplay. Always have, especially in older editions of 40k. I felt AOS was just easier to pick up. Yes, Combat Wombat asks, what factions of AOS would you have in mind? Would you continue on repainting big boys like your knights and go like Sons of Behemoth, or something completely different and new? Because of one mini specifically, this is it. This is what drags us in. What's the pool mini? So welcome in, Shuttle Captain. It's good to catch you again. I'm a Gotkin. Harbinger of Decay. Heck yeah. Papa Nurgle approves. I was staring at the store manager's Great Unclean One in the Warhammer store yesterday, thinking that's gotta be on the list at some time soon. I think AOS does Nurgle really well though. When you take that whole disgusting feel, but you're not locked in to working it around Space Marine armor. There's a lot of freedom for some really cool models and demons. I think AOS does Nurgle really well. Your pile of shame. Hey, check that out. That's a piece of sprue right there. And on the other side, missed it twice. Alright, well, right now that's getting painted over. We're not gonna mess with clippers while there's a wet shade on the brush. Really fill this up back in here. So anything that's caught still looks like shadow. And then start to soak back. So, call it your pile of shame, we all do, but that other term, pile of potential, I think that's actually really relevant when you are diversifying into a different game format, because it just means that when you get hobby burnout with one thing, you have something very different to switch to for a minute, change it up. So I would say jump into the AOS, give you something different to do between projects, in between Knights and Titanics. I love that I got that front panel side so heavily. So bad. Dry brush for knocking it back. So this is fairly dried on this front side. You can still sort of break it up and knock it back. Nearly went Sons of Behemoth instead of Blades of Corn. Suddenly when you realise, yep, that crossover between 40k and AOS with demons. Makes it much easier to transition. So many things I want to paint. Sons of Behemoth are another one because I love doing flesh. Morning mooncakes, welcome in. How's your Sunday morning treating you, man? Alright, that's looking dirty and horrible. I really hate this stage that's just washed down, but part of the process. Very beginning. Done the weekly weekly shop. Gonna do chores soon. Cool.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the follow, Big Jinx. Much appreciated and welcome in. Have you got anything on the painting table or workbench yourself? Alrighty, so let's hit this top section. Finished basing 10 jackals. Alright. Jackals are the smaller corn boys, correct? Yes, yeah, world eaters. Ah, and you have picked up Dr. Merlichstein's interest pretty instantly with that one. So definitely world eaters. Very cool. So, basin right on the final bit of the project, huh? Blood for the blood god. Indeed. Alright. I'm gonna mute up the mic in just a moment and hit this side with a hairdryer before moving on. This is one I don't want to let gravity so much do its work on, as set it while it's held in this direction. Just moving up there. That will start to dry up with the hairdryer, but I see we got some picks just thrown in from Big Jinx. Let's give it a bit more opportunity to dry up and go check that out. Just throwing some water into my well and clean it up. Let's grab a window for the screen share. Look-see first. Panoramic photo. Alright, looks like I'm going to open up a total of 1. My opera browser does not like the website. Let's grab a disk link while we're at it then. Pin that bad boy up for the day. I should be able to screen share this though. Looking good. Liking the bright green. Actually, yeah, the green in the tank here. Gonna see in the unrun position. Is that love this big boy. And the green in the tanks here, I can see a bit of a blend here. Beautiful. Nice red cloaks too. And of course some blood for the blood god. Looking good. Well, I hope it's a good basing session for you today. Getting them polished up, that last touch. Alright, this is dry enough, nothing's gonna run. We will go back to getting a 50-50 combo on the palette.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you. Please allow me to thank you, and God bless my friend.
Welcome in, Raiders. Good morning, good morning. What's going on, the Johnny Jean minis? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. How was your stream? What have you been working on? Over here, we're just getting started today on a Cerastus night on the big boy. Ice cream sandwiches aren't in the sandwich menu either, though. Welcome in, Classic Gary. Nice to meet you. So I paint a housewalk shroud. Bright yellow, boys, big bright yellow. Armor panels, the worst colour to be painting big armor panels in. So we're getting into a big boy for the day. The Necron Doomstalker, very nearly finished. A few more metallic edge highlights, a bit of veg on the base, good old ribbon, and it's finished. Awesome, awesome. Love to hear you reaching that completion moment. It's always really nice. Have to come check it out on your next one. Doomstalker's definitely a cool one. I got finished up on a big month and a half long project last weekend. We have been working on up until now in the gash.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the follow, Johnny. Much appreciated. Yeah, so we got Nagash all finished up. That was a big moment. I'm just getting started washing down the underskeleton of this Cerastus, which I'm not a big fan of wash. I hate how under controlled it is, so not quite vibing with what I'm doing this morning, or the lack of control, but we'll get there. It's the very first step in the process. Said we're gonna get some paint in these wells again. Just running a 50-50 Agraxa Shade and Oil mix. So just using pipette there to can out my drops, get a consistent 50-50 each time. I'm going to go into the opposite side panel before getting the front and the back. Not amazing with your washes, but improving with time. Yeah, I don't tend to wash minis. It's really only the underskeletons of knights that I tend to wash. I've tried to recess shade them. This is very painful to recess shade. Is it washes in general or just Citadel? No, I've tried other washes. Washes in general. A lot of the time, if I'm washing something smaller, I actually prefer to take a medium and thin a normal paint rather than use a wash. But it's just generally lack of control. I'm a little bit obsessive about control over the paint. So anything like a wash that runs on its own. I don't enjoy that much, but it is right for this particular application. And all of the muddiness is going to get knocked back in the layer. First the dry brush will knock it back, and then we'll layer and highlight. Just have to trust in the process. You live by the wash, combat wombats. The other thing I've been doing with this piece to gain some control is trying to hit just the one side.
And you've made me feel very
time.
special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the follow. Honinator. Much appreciated. Yes, I've just been hitting the one side at a time so that we're not tipping the model and letting gravity with the wash do its work. Prefer fairy non-bio. I'm not sure what that one means, but welcome in, Robin Roar. Dishwashing soap. I see. Just knocking back off some of those flats. Soapy. Maybe some brush soap, some brush cleaner on the model, do we think? I do have that at hand. If I want to ruin my day. Get this pig boy all soaped up. This should be a pretty quick step anyway, this all over wash, and then I can start to knock it back and stop complaining about washing models. Gonna run a more controlled shade, I think, of Nun Oil in afterwards too. Just to hit.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the follow, Robin Rule. Much appreciated. Oh, I've stuck my thumb right, my pinky it was, not my thumb, but right in that. A little cleanup. So we've got ad break coming up in the next 2 minutes or so. Try and get this panel done so I can put it down and let it dry and set a little bit during the ad break. I tend not to paint through ads. We'll go change the sturdy paint water out and start to get set up for the next steps while the ads run. Cup of coffee's still doing well. Very heavy up here, but this is all going to get covered by carapace, I'm pretty dang sure. Just knock it back a little bit and not stress too much. Anyone who laughs at your jokes deserves a follow. Appreciate it. We like the jokes, the ones that take me a moment. I'm a bit slow, as my followers have learned. A little bit slow on the uptake. Tend to laugh once I get there. Alrighty, I think I've gotten that to a perfect spot to be able to put down and let that wash actually dry and settle during ad break, which is a nice place to be in. Alrighty, that ad should be running up in just a moment as we go to it. I'm going to run the hairdryer for a moment, as not to blast your ears. And change out the sturdy paint water. Just going to mute up there. Heading off to bed, Johnny Jean Minis. Thank you, I appreciate the raid, man. Take care, I'll catch you around. Have a good night. Hydrate combat wombats. Thank you. Do need that with the coffee. Alright, let's change this water. Thank you, Dr. Merlickstein, bringing us back in. Check, how we sanding? Alright, combat wombats, let's get that hydrate. Giving you double. Alright, welcome back in all. That should bring everyone back in from the ads. Wow, there is a good chunk of wash right here. Really thick that I missed. Can we still knock that off? Yes. So I'm just using the edge of a pretty thick dry brush to knock some of that back. That was thick enough, it was going to add texture if I didn't. And then we'll reset the wells, get a bit more wash going in each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That should get us going. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got so many. Paint drops. Heck yeah. Alrighty. Give that a mix. Make sure we're set on this handle. We're gonna hit this backside next. Just shaker on the palette here. Happy enough with that. Filling in that bottom. This don't know what to call this sort of generator area. I tend to add a bit of a black contrast onto and some red. So I think what I'm washing here largely I'll end up covering on up. You got so many paint drops? I know you do. Oh, I have to remember to re-enable after the Gash finale the happy accidents for you. In fact, happy accidents would have been fun while we're working on the underskeleton. Let me get the basics of happy accidents back in once I'm through this step. Giving you ideas, definitely feeding ideas. Yeah, let's get through this step and I'll at the very least start to get it added back in. Somewhere I copied and pasted the description and saved it to my computer, but I can't remember where or what I did at this time. So at least get the image back in and the title. For all those new viewers who don't know what we're talking about, Happy Accidents is a channel points redeem for paint drops. You can have me essentially mess something up on the model. A little paint splotch here or there, or unintended stroke of the brush. And then I will eventually find a way to tie that in to the model. Rather than painting straight back over it, we find a way to tie it into the final paint job. Make it weathering or blood, or if I do a Nurgle or something, some sort of rot. Make it something fun that will stay in the model as a bit of channel lore forever. Give you some examples of that on the gash in just a moment. Oh, yep, we knew that tap was going to give way eventually. I did predict that. Beginning of today's stream. And there it was. Maybe we will go to that idea of drilling and sticking a post up the base, because we've got a lot more painting to get done. And dry brushing will be a little bit rougher on it. Alrighty, let's give that shade a second or so to set up. Still plenty of paint in the wells, and what I'm going to do is just set a pot on top so that the ceiling fan doesn't immediately dry it. Over on the gash, we've got a Happy Accidents Combat Wombats redeemed. This little green glow in the spine definitely was not originally intended, but we've got a bit of bright green for Combat Wombat's Happy Accident that we turned into a little OSL glow out of Nagash's spine. This is the portal to where Combat Wombats lives, right in Nagash himself. We've got this beautiful blood for the blood god drip down the back of the book. That one is for Dr. Merlichstein. And then we've got a couple things going on in the base for Bladesmith. A little bit of blood worked into the water on the base there. And over here. And then we ended up dry brushing back a bit of silver over the rocks, which didn't make any sense. We sort of turned that with some pigments into rusted iron, like ingot ore. So bear with me for a second while I jump over to the channel points and we will try to re-enable that. Where have I saved the image? We have here. The accidents. Alright, there's no description in there right now, but that gets us up and running for a minute. Focus that properly a little bit later on. I can see a nice little spot in there where we've got no wash at all, bright silver in the recesses. Knock that back. Alright, there's a few spots that could run, so we'll hit the hairdryer before we turn the model over. Should keep it under control for now. Looking forward, we'll hit this front section and top last. I'm gonna have to give you a paint drops emote, aren't I, Combat Wombats? Using that emote in place of paint drops. Add that to the mental checklist. Yes, yeah, I will definitely set that up as a subscriber emote. It sounds like a good plan. I have the files, it's not going to be a ton of work to get that in for you. Finally a real reason for one to subscribe. I will definitely get that in for you, dude. Cheeky little paint drops emote. That'll be a fun one. So on these sorts of panels, this is where wash really falls down for me, but we're gonna lay her back up. I just have to remember all I'm doing is setting a tone here. Knock back off the flats though. Alrighty. Little hairdryer moment again before we turn over. A little more knock off those flats. That'll layer up okay there. We were saying last night that the whole body looks like a engine block or something orcs would convert into a vehicle. I think with the dirty wash, it's looking more that way than ever. Just got this small section at the top here, so a very small amount of this will show through the grate in the carapace. None of this cockpit's gonna show. We have glued the hatch shut. It's just there, basically to hold up this engine bit that will show through the carapace. So I'm fairly confident I don't need to waste wash down in here where it's going to cover completely. Just hit around the edges. Might grab the carapace to test fit and check that. I'm pretty sure I'm correct. Here a 2-week grind to fully paint out the inside before I seal it forever. Honestly, there is that part of me that said that we weren't going to touch it, and I was like, could just paint it, just so that we know. You know, I'll always know that there's an unpainted cockpit in there without a pilot. Could be worth painting. I don't know, man. I don't know. If we spend 2 weeks painting the cockpit, you know, blame Combat Wombats, he baited this. Yeah, we will do the self-control thing for the moment. see people doing it to the inside of rhinos and land raiders too. I know, and it's... yeah. Most of the time these things are never going to be opened up, it's just nice to know that you've painted in there. But especially for this, it's just physically not going to be able to open. So that's the carapace bit there. And you can see that this engine bit will very slightly show through these grates, so I do want to paint it. Everything else there gets covered up. So I will hold back on the compulsive thing to paint inside. Same though, you'd only do it if you're having ramps constantly open so they can be viewed. Yeah, exactly, right? And there's a small section down the bottom where we were tacked up to that we might run some wash into. Let me clean this paint roll a little bit. That wash is starting to dry in it where it's really thin. Do the same in Minecraft, you don't need to fill in the hole underneath, but you know it's there. Yeah, I've been there. I must be supposed to get back into Minecraft. Everyone's talking about Minecraft to me lately. The buddy just made a server. They've been telling me all about. Tempted to go check it out. It's just that trade-off for painting time, you know? I very casually canted out that mix. Let's see what it looks like on the palette. I think that's pretty close to bang on for not really measuring. Maybe a little bit more numb oil. You've got a mod pack save you'll go back to. Minecraft, you can never leave it truly. Yeah, that's better. So a little bit more numb oil. All we're doing here is hitting this underside where that tack was. Obviously, in here is where it's going to join up. The outside here. It's going to be visible. Really only if you're looking up from underneath the model, but nevertheless visible. June 2000 Minecrafts and OSRs, again with abbreviations that loses me, but we all know I'm terrible at that. Minecraft for sure. Minecraft's such a different game from when I started though. So much going on in it now. Alrighty, pop that down for a minute and we'll wash up the legs. Once we've got the legs done, we will come back in with a bit of straight numb oil and hit the deepest recesses. legs, we're gonna start from the top. Let it run down. No, I think the control is going to be better if I start from the bottom. We do segments and let it dry. These feet too are going to end up getting painted in red with trim. Your mod pack's like mid-2010s off memory. Yeah. I think 2010 would be the first time I played. There's so much less in game. So much simpler. So far this handle's holding. Super stressed about how top heavy this is, just tacked to a handle like this, but we'll see how long we can go until she falls and disaster strikes. This non-Magrax mix is making me crave a cheeky sip of black coffee though. A free happy accident, indeed, indeed. We'll drop the whole model straight into the water pots in front of us and get a nice natural dirty paint water wash all over. And at that point we can just go back to the dipping days. Yeah, there it is. Alright, I'm gonna hold from the top. I think I can get away if I dry things properly with just holding the model. I say before we get a nice permanent thumbprint in something. Famous last words. buddy. We'll lift some of this from the big flats. Thinking about changing up my process from previous nights and layering back on the big flats lead belt shot before a dry brush. Or maybe we just make this a bigger project than intended and do no dry brush at all. The reason for that is these flats are much bigger than on other nights, and we know with the Cerastus this whole section is going to be fully visible, not covered by armor panels. So maybe that's the move. This guy's gonna get glued down pretty much straight, so underneath the feet again. Not going to be at all visible. Alright, sacrificing both handles. Monitoring where the wash flows. No, let's just have a hairdryer moment. Let's keep control. To the hairdryer. Moving up shortly. To a full lead cover, you choose different bits for different metallics. Yeah, generally speaking, I've done the all-over wash, and then a dry brush up through lead belcher, rune thing, and then I start to pick out the bronze details. We might go straight to a layer with this one. Just gonna hit that hairdryer. Right on, and a moment for me. I am sitting cross-legged and the Legos are going deado. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a tingle in the toes. Got that posture check, thank you. Not just a good sleepy leg, Combat Wombats, both legs were going sleepy. Kinda just cutting all the circulation. I gotta switch these chairs out on the tall gas strut. I'm gonna put the other chair on top of this strut. I can sit cross-legged in it a little more comfortable. the leg cam. Can't posture check the bottom half. Ah, yes, the leg cam. Under desk, huh? Nice cam under the desk for all of the no-nos. You know what would be really interesting is a trash can cam. See all of these sorts of war crimes building up. The workshop trash can can certainly look pretty questionable sometimes. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. OnlyFans live stream. Get out of here. Feet for the feet god, huh? What did I just count? 8, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sesh desires more. Yeah, I don't know about leg cam, but trash cam is kinda funny to me. Like, the camera in the bottom of the bin though, not looking into it, like looking up. Just having more and more disgusting paper towel thrown on top of it. I think that would have violated the Geneva Convention the night that I did the basing on the Nagash and cut my finger wide open. Trash camera then, with all the bloody paper towel. Don't think anyone needed to see that. Geneva suggestion. Just ducking back in with the bangers to make me laugh, Black Jackal. Wow, I just loaded that brush up so heavily with wash, we're gonna have to pick this up and move it right around. Very overloaded brush. Glasses do be fogging up though. Actually, I think that's my eyeball that's fogging up. I don't think it's the glasses. Let me check. That'd be my eyeball. Haven't heard that one before. Yeah man, I don't know. I feel like the glasses aren't doing their job more and more. Like everything's just a haze. Some beginnings of old age stuff going on. Get the tech priest, the machine spirit's awakening. I wish I had my eyeball implanted or replaced. Something more efficient. The thing about wash is because it's constantly moving on the model, I want to put this down right now and deal with my eye. I also want to get this whole segment done before I put it down. Right, let's hit the hairdryer momentarily. Alrighty, let that sit for a minute. I don't see good. Before I start going on about back in my day. No, young man. Alrighty. This Lego should be dry enough to hold and work our way up. I might just entirely avoid this big section. No, block it all in. Layer it nicely later. I'm running out of wash in the wells. Should have reset before I moved on to the next section. I think we're gonna make it.
I saw it when I walked, boy.
Alright, covered most of the ground that needs to be covered there before having to reset the pallet. Just try and clean up the well a little bit. Get the crusty stuff out. Back to our 50-50 mix. Just got ad break coming up in the next 3 minutes. Definitely gonna need that one to change out some paint water and have a quick restroom break. Coffee's still going strong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that's more than 10. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. None. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that was multiple drops on the end. Throw her on the pallet, see what she looks like. It's actually perfect. Just gonna run small touch-up sections right now. Alrighty. Cover up the well in the pallet to not dry out as we head to that ad break. Get some of the desk reset here. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us. We'll get back into it. Getting close to getting this wash run up and finished. Looks like we're back in and I missed it. Bear with me, I'm just gonna grab a drink as well.
What this means is if you take your time and plan things
Cheeky
out and
lemonade.
work
Feel
it
like
up
it's late
and
enough in the
perform
morning
that
now
task
for a
as
soft drink,
flawlessly as you
right?
can, you're going to have a much better result.
Is that or I have a sugar addiction? Alrighty. Let's jump on into it, get this other leg run up.
The worst thing you can do is rush through something and then take 3 times as long as you need to because you have to troubleshoot all these weird issues. And what's even worse than that is you end up with lingering doubts as to whether your workmanship is good. So don't be that person. Take your time and really enjoy the process as much as you can.
What is this
and
song?
Try to make the product as perfect as you can. Then you'll be able to rely on this thing for years to come.
Cool. Don't mind that for a message. So we're coming right up on that 100 follower mark. We're at 99, about to hit the 100. Just gonna throw it out there. If that happens today, we'll throw in a free little happy accident at 100 followers. Which will be awkward this early in the painting. Because anything we do, it's likely gonna get covered back up in layering and then we'll have to re-establish it, but maybe we throw some scratching or battle damage in right on early and then try and carry that through the whole way up. No happy accidents, Lynn. You can happy accident whenever you like. Just means I have to maintain your work as I layer up and not cover it up. I can make that work. Yeah, when we hit that 100 mark, we'll go a cheeky little happy accident. I think the perfect time combat wombats for the happy accidents, I've mentioned a few times. I want to try freehanding more of a portrait but artistic piece of a hawk rather than just heraldry on this knight. So yeah, make me splodge right in the middle of that. That would be a good funny. happy accidents equals the hawk gets a little bow tie or something. What do you think you're waiting for? Heck yeah. And a hawk that wears a cape in the shroud on each. Yes, okay, I dig that. Holy, do we make a little house hawk shroud mascot? Is that the go? Do we go from realism to mascot? That's kinda cool. Kinda down with that. A hawk head and a big cape. I kinda like that too. Just a floating head and a big old cape. Hawkman. I really do not mind this as an idea. Maybe I'll sit down and sketch it out first, try and design a mascot. That's something that maybe is a bit simpler too and can carry even to some of the smaller nights with smaller panels. There's a consistent motif throughout the Hawk Shroud army. That made a big old water pattern. It's not super pretty. Okay. We are going to layer. Calm down. Everything's okay. Perfectionism does not need to come in at this stage. That's for later. Replace the knight head with the hawk's head and make a big cape that hangs. Okay. Okay. Kit bash idea incoming. Yeah. Yeah. I don't mind that. Actually, the new knight, the Destria, because it looks so fast and like lean and mean, I think would make a really cool hawk. Hawk head, cape, running quickly. It's supposed to have those rocket jet burners on its back. Try and maybe kit bash them to make it more like a flyer. Don't know how we do a hawk head mask outside of 3D printing. Definitely seen very cool wolf heads for knights. I want to do big spaceroo knight. Just for heraldry though, I like the idea of a mascot. Something a little bit more complicated than basic heraldry, but also simple enough to repeat on even some of the smaller nights. Smarter, I would have approached the hairdryer by now to have more places to hold this bad boy. Never claimed to be intelligent, though. It's dry enough? Yeah. Something you couldn't do. Wonder if it's just a bit. Wonder if it's just a concept. Lord of Change Wings is a feathered down cloak. Actually, Lord of Change might be the right scale. Maybe Questoris Knight. Really, I think the Destria is a good scale to be able to use other bits. But yeah, a feather cloak. Someone ready to sculpt it for 2 months could. Definitely would like to do a bit of sculpting again. I haven't done so this year, any real sculpting. It might just be a weekday workshop kind of thing, sculpting though. It's definitely do a little bit and let it dry for a day and come back to it kind of thing. Doesn't lend itself well to these long streams, but an hour or two on weekdays, coming back to it each night. I certainly haven't sculpted at that level though. Right at the beginning of the stream I was talking with Hobby ADHD about sculpting those nice low impact cruisy things like fur, anything really Nurgle related, all that more natural stuff, but to do like a more mechanical mask for a knight, that would be a new skill to pick up. I've done a little bit of armor plating on Space Marines, but nothing quite that big or ambitious. It's a bit of a mess, but that'll be okay. Alrighty, we're pretty much at the end of that wash step. I said that we would hit the deeper recesses with a numb oil, but we might go for a bit more control and go contrast. Black contrast. As we hit the recesses a bit deeper. Just the paint a little bit thicker in consistency. Just making sure this palette, these rolls are fairly clean. Alright, black contrast. If I can put my hands on a pot, that's Black Legion. Black Legion, Black Templar. Black Legion's the true black, isn't it? Less bluish, I think. Never quite get that one down. Yep, that's less bluish. Set the legs aside. Go back to this guy. And just sort of start to recess shade / black line some bits and pieces. Step down to a size 3 brush, take a little moment to take care of this brush though. Bowls off the palette. Size 3 here. Black Legion. So we're just gonna try and more accurately hit things like these holes. There's some places like this that I like to just black out. What's going on? The captain's size matters. Welcome in, welcome in. How's your weekend treating you? Just went through hell and back. Ooh. So, bit of a bad one? Applying transfers to all your models. Okay, yeah, that is hell and back. Oh boy, transfers. Is there anyone who enjoys doing transfers? They would have to be Pretty strange. Finally completed. That's good to hear you got through it, man. Don't have to come back to it for a little while. Yeah, transfers ain't it. I'd rather painstakingly freehand. It's okay on a knot, because you're not wrapping around such hard edges with the smaller transfers. Definitely don't want to be touching the bigger transfers. So I'm just black lining in this recess. We'll do that all the way along. All this trim. Not stressing too much when I kick over the edge because we're going to layer up 5 Termies and 5 Furnace Marines. Cool. Termies are fun. Love my hair? Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. She's getting due for a cut on the sides, a fresh fade. Top's still good. No, I appreciate that. Who's on the ink? You see a face. What do you mean you see a face? I'm confused. Ah, on the ink. The ink, the ink. I see, I see. The tattoos. It's all just Japanese style. It was very much a trust the artist's choices sleeve. It was a big cover up. I had a lot of Pokemon stuff beforehand, so went really dark black. Japanese style, there's a samurai up the top there. Had some really bad Gengar tattoos beforehand. Cool Pokemon. They weren't great tattoos. Covered up the Pokemon? Yeah. I'll show you photos someday, but yeah, the big Gengar wasn't pretty. It's not the best tattoo. The little Gengar was nice, but just in the mission to have one cohesive sleeve covered up the little one as well. Oh yeah, we've got this bit of extra sprue that I found that needs to be cut off. Let's make sure I get back to that. You wouldn't know what to get for a tattoo? I don't know if my advice for tattoos is good advice. It might just be I have enough tattoos that it's not as impactful anymore, but in my head, when I first started getting tattoos, it was all, it's got to have meaning, it's got to be really important. The older I get and the more tats I get, the more I find I think it's more important that it's just a beautiful choice for artwork. That it's aesthetically pleasing. Because, you know, meanings change over time, your life changes, we grow and evolve. But something that's aesthetically beautiful objectively will remain that way. Like the Gengar tattoo that I covered up, the only tattoo I've ever had that I've had an issue with. Because it was aesthetically pretty terrible. Even if it had some meaning, representing part of my childhood, you know, one of my mates and I got the Pokemon tattoos together, who I'd known since we were just young fellas. Dr. Merlichstein disagrees, get something that means something to you. Yeah, this is what most people say, and I'm probably wrong. But if you can do both, if it can be objectively beautiful, aesthetically pleasing as well as have meaning, that's your sweet spot. New Pokemon tattoo when? Don't think I'll be doing Pokemon again. If I did, something much smaller. Building the Defilers, Jinx? Sick ones, sick ones. Everyone's working on the Defiler lately. Love to hear it. Such a cool new kit. Well, let's deal with that bit of sprue before I forget about it. I want to get the new one and the old one. If they weren't sold out, yeah. Had to have your boy from Scotland buy them and ship them to the US. Damn. That's a commitment. Fortunate you've got your boy in Scotland to get it though. Where am I at? I am getting rid of this sprue. So, it looks like this little bit of sprue was never attached to the sprue, but it's definitely sprue, and I missed it during the build.
Will we remain? Will our spark turn to fire? My feelings have changed. Am I fighting in vain?
Ducking off combat wombats? No worries, man. Have a good day, enjoy your Sunday. Take care, we'll catch you on the next one. Appreciate you as always, my dude. You got the old kit a month before they dropped the reveal. Old kit was still cool as hell, honestly. everyone's on Defiler. I might have to try and pick one up for my Death Guard.
but the feelings grow deeper.
The Nurgle Defiler.
Scared that I'm getting weaker. So I smile to your face and pretend that I'm happy, longing for your embrace. Is this the price that I pay? But will we
Alright.
remain?
We are sprue free.
I'm strong enough to stay. I'm full of joy and pain. We were
Definitely
made this way.
interesting to end up with sprue still on model after I've primed.
I'm strong enough to stay. I'm full of joy and
Let's jump back on into it.
we were made this way.
What are we at? 11:27 AM. Gonna stick in for another 2.5 hours or so.
But still we remain.
Be on till about 2 o'clock.
Still we remain.
Gotta go meet some friends at 3 though, so give myself some time to get ready. Heading off this afternoon just to meet the buddy's new young fella.
Still we remain. Still we remain. Still we remain.
We will go some non-oil wash down in these areas too, as well as the black line from the contrast. How much is the ammo pack gonna cover? Actually, we haven't built that yet, and that's an interesting question. I imagine a pretty good chunk at the back of the model is going to get covered up. And then that belt, ammo belt, is definitely gonna cast some shadow around. So I probably do need to get that built soon to get an idea of what it looks like. So give an option for alternate sides, or is the gun locked to one due to the ammo belt? Let's take a look in a moment in the booklet. I think the sword, maybe, will lock us to one side more. I think it might be asymmetrical. I imagine if that ammo belt is gonna move, if all the links are flexible, you're not super locked in, and there's no unique side on the model here. You can see 2 points here, I assume it's gonna glue down to. I think with this sort of engine pack at the back, we might give it some sort of OSL overheated metal look as we get into it. Right, that's pretty much all the wet paint on the pallets. We'll take a quick break there and have a look at that booklet. So, there's our sword. Which I might be wrong about the sword, that looks pretty universal. No, the armor panel on the sword, that front plate is asymmetrical, so that will determine sides a little bit. And this is the ammo box down here. And we attach it. The ammo box attaches centrally, but yeah, there we go. the chain will hang off one side of that centrally attached ammo box. I think you're pretty much set to the sides for the weapons. You can definitely see that it's asymmetrical. Alright, contrast on the palette. Run through the back of this guy. That ammo box is going to cover this whole section. Still going to paint it as normal. Unlike this area that'll be completely covered by carapace, you'll be able to sort of look in from the edges of the ammo box and see that there's more detail underneath, I think. Just that. Alright. I think we're good on that black line. We will hit a bit of numb oil up. Numb oil. Wherever it is, here she is. The dog has been bathed, mooncakes. Rock and roll. Getting those chores banged out, huh? Right, so we're just doing non-loyal into these deep areas. Took him on a walk, then bath, so ticking them off. Excellent. A walk sounds nice, actually. Maybe I can be doggo. Not getting out there. I think later tonight I might go skate the SB, go for a cruise. If it's not raining. See them? Woke up to rain, looks all good outside now. I'm gonna go back to the rolls. I think I'm loading my brush too far down into the fill, trying to dip it in that pot. You can get a collar for me? Absolutely. Little mini Mitch collar. That's not scary. We'll save that for when we get into a Space Wolves project on the channel, huh? Paint Space Wolves and I'll wear a collar. Get the mini Mitch collar today. Merch opportunity, you reckon, Dr. Merlickstein? Selling collars. Crazy. Handcrafted, hand-painted mini Mitch collars. The first channel merch. Unli brush merch. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'll put that in my notes app. I'll be sure to remember that one. Merch ideas. Need a quote of the day channel to record these ideas. Clipping, yeah. all the ideas that horrify me. Create an archive. Don't let my inhibitions win. Alright, we paint Spaceballs, I get a collar, and then one of those old school, super duper cool, you know, like the wolf howling at the moon t-shirts. Community vote on which one to get. Yeah, okay. Maybe we will do, just like we did for Typhus with the 12-hour stream, a Ragnar Blackmane one day project challenge. I don't mind that for an idea. I think Ragnar is a model I could bang at in a day. General would make me Mitch howl. Oh boy. For the paint drops. Let him the fur down. Shake it out. Yeah, I could totally not slick the hair back for that one too. I think that sets us up for the more focused non-loyal wash. Looking forward to actually getting into some layering. Start to make it look like something. Spent a lot of time on just washing, but it was a big model with grand to cover. We are running into our next ad in the next minute and a half, so I might do a little bit of focused wash just around the feet here. Try not to go too far. I'm trying to do with the feet, although these will get painted in red, is set some nice deep recesses around the edges of the metallic bits so that I don't have to paint all the way up to the recess with the red, and I just paint up to the black recess shade. Get that more ideal transition between the colours. Can't really transition greatly from metallic to a bright colour. A good defining Use a shade more cartoonish almost, I think is the move. The ad rises, listening to the howling of Fenris. Excellent. Very on topic. Alright, I'm gonna call that there for a second. Change this paint water out, head into ad break. We'll be back shortly. Alright, we're back in. Sorry for the bit of a delay. Looking good outside right now though. Sun is out, finally. It's nice and bright. Looks like it's going to be a lovely afternoon. Should be good for the catch-up, Wasabi. Where were we? One more.
And you've made me
Pure
feel very
love
special
novel.
to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the follow, Zarin Prime. You are follower 100. Much appreciated. That's amazing. As I mentioned earlier, we hit 100. We're gonna hit a happy little accident here. Happy little accidents on the channel are where we hit the model with a random little splodge or stroke of paint, and that lives on in the model. Have to turn it into some weathering or something later on. So what I think I'm gonna do here is pick from the sort of blacks and browns side here of the Citadel gear. Even if we end up with an orange, it'll turn into rust. But let's do it blind. That said, welcome in, Zarin Prime. How are you doing today? How's your weekend treating you? What do we have on the workbench at the minute? Alright, blind. Really? Administratum Grey. That's a little brighter than I was hoping. That may be the hardest to work in. Okay, I think Administratum Grey will make most sense if it's a scratch. Highlight of a scratch. Step down to size 2 brush. Horrible, ugly stroke there. That actually at the moment definitely gives me anxiety, but we'll add some shadow to below it and it will turn into a reasonable scratch. Let's hit another one or two. Go straight across the side here. Again, at this stage in the paint job, not pretty. Maybe just the side of this piece. Hold on. Are these going to be covered up by armor panel? Am I giving a happy little accident that's not meaningful? They are. This one on the side will show slightly. Alright, let's hit us with something. I'm still gonna paint in that scratch now it's there. Hit us with something that's actually gonna be visible and meaningful. Yeah, that section will definitely be visible. Right, there's a few there. Weathering, way too early to be weathering in the paint job. We will maintain them throughout the whole journey. Thank you all for helping me reach that 100. It's amazing. Thanks Dr. Merlichstein for the hype. Appreciate you as always. Let's get back on into it. Before all that, we were just throwing down a more focused non-oil shade on the legs. We'll get that finished so we can get into layering. So we've got a good bit of Administratum Grey hanging around the model now. What a weird one. Administratum Grey over metallic. We can maintain it though. Oh, and I have Administratum Grey down here. That was very much a happy accident. Less intentional. Establish the shade. I've been working on that foot, so let's come to this one. Congrats, keep up the vibes and magic. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. I banged the mic pretty hard then, my apologies for the audio. Alrighty. I haven't blacklined the legs at all with contrast either. We went straight into the non-oil, didn't we? black line around that. Actually, I might end up changing at this spot I'm washing right now to bronze. This might be meaningless. Still grab the definition while I've got it. Definitely want this underside around the crotch blackened down a bit. Calm down with the non-oil there. We'll hit it with the hairdryer. Come back in with a bit of that contrast, the black line, just a few spots. Just gonna mute up while we hit the hairdryer here. We won't be blasting anyone's ears today. Should be enough to stop her running wild. We'll grab our Black Legion again. Just to focus some of this shade a little bit further. A little messy here because I am going to paint red over the armor panels on these feet. So not stressing too much about the slot there. And I'm just searching for some of these slots and recesses. I prefer to be blacked out. Right at the edge of these ones. These deep little pockets here. Back to this leg. Ooh. I'm just seeking definition with these shades. Actually, there's some bits modelled in that always bug me on the nights, like in here. So I'd rather just get it right into that shadow area. Lewis finally taking us out of the shading step into something interesting. So I'm going to take some photos of the legs with those scratches because we are going to hit a dry brush, and while I'll try to avoid them, I want to be able to re-establish them if we hit them with the dry brush. Preserve that 100 follower moment on the model. Alrighty. So we're gonna go straight into a lead belcher dry brush first. Then I will more carefully layer up the lead belcher. Then we'll hit Rune Fang. Try and go nice and gentle with the Rune Fang. So heavy lead belcher dry brush first. Layer of lead belcher just for these big, flat, smooth areas. Then Rune Fang. And then we'll get into some more edge highlight.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the follow, Sledgehammer, much appreciated. Welcome in, welcome in. How is your weekend treating you? Getting any hobbying time in yourself? Alrighty. So we're gonna go a bit of control, but still fairly big. Probably the big R3 dry brush. Stick to lead belcher. Once we've started on a colour. We'll just grab maybe a texture palette while we're here. Would have helped to have had this primed black again. It's better than nothing. Set up texture palette, paper towel under palette camera there. So I'm trying not to remove too much. This is going to be a fairly heavy dry brush, re-establishing the lead belcher. Also, we don't want it so heavy we lose those recesses. This will be okay. Just flicking down. And it's a fairly big, smooth brush. I'm not going to over focus anywhere just because I see some mess from the wash that can be fixed with a more controlled layer. You see that start to clean up, but maintain those recesses compared to dirtier side like that. Just keep working it bit by bit. Just building up that paint slowly. Moving now to the front. Getting close to needing to reload the brush. Not quite there yet. And I think it's time to reload. Just went in raw then, without touching the texture palette. Trusted myself, but it seems to have worked okay. Sometimes you just gotta send it. Then we get into the first side. Things like this I'm going to hit with the bronze anyway. You won't see it, but we're at least establishing some of the light now. And this is a bit of previous knowledge from doing these, is when you have a fairly light, just wash recess shade in these areas, when you dry brush you start to knock it back and lose it, but when you go in with a hard recess shade, something like contrast or just a straight up black paint, you're not going to lose so much of that shade you've already established. You can always touch up after. Try to set up a bit easier success early on. Super shiny. Yeah, shiny. Trying to pick back up to the shiny from before, when it was primed nice and shiny. But just keep those shades in on the deep. I wonder if anyone's ever been ridiculous enough to do a full non-metallic metal night. That seems like a good way to spend a couple 100 hours. Kinda makes my brain tick. I could be the one to give it a go. Just dedicate the rest of the year to a single night. So yeah, as I said, fairly broad. No, that's not going to be visible, but it's just bugging me, it looks messy. Fairly broad and catching quite a bit. Dry brush there. No highlight yet, just re-establishing the lead belcher. Again, this ain't going to be seen, but the messiness is bugging me. Jump into the legs. OBS just crashed on me. Let me know if everyone is still in. Just Just gonna hit refresh here. I think Twitch has kept us up and running for the moment. We're back in Dr. Merlickstein. Don't know what that was about. We had a nice little crash. Oh well, we're back. We seem to be running smooth. Not at all sure what that was about. Hey, Sledgehammer. Confirming we're back in. Appreciate it. Alright, let's continue on. Are we back? My monitors are looking not quite right. I think we are. Probably cool. What's going on? You swear you saw me this morning? It's honestly only been like a short 8-9 hours between streams. I definitely didn't leave a lot of time in between. So just trying to get myself running nice again with some of the monitors I've got in front of me. Chat. Oop. And that should bring me back up and running. What metal on the legs? Pretty straightforward. It's just there's a lead belcher prime through the airbrush with a storm host, I believe, silver, just sort of zenithal highlight. And we've just run through a 50/50 Agrax Earthshade all over wash, and then worked that up into a little bit of Nun Oil specific wash just in the recesses. Done a little bit of black lining with Black Legion contrast. But really, it's mostly just lead belcher. And we're just dry brushing back and re-establishing the lead belcher now. Then we'll hit a more controlled layer of lead belcher before going up to Stormhost. Bladesmith, welcome back in, my man. It's great to see you. What's happening? Long time no see indeed. How is Zorro? Have you had a chance to work on the boy? Your wife knew I was Aussie without even having a chance to hear me talking. Just got it picked out, huh? That's impressive. Knew it was an Aussie accent. So wasted, slept every single night, no time to come. So sorry. No worries, man. Don't be sorry. Get your rest. Recover where you need to. Always happy to see you when you are here. No, I appreciate you. Have good news on the Zorro? Heck yeah! Taking a picture on the progress? Alright, alright. hanging in for that one. I've been thinking about Zoro, wondering how he's going. My lighting makes the colour look sick. I have actually set up, because the very, very early streams were on nights, I did take a little bit of time to set up the LUTs and stuff to make metallics pop on the camera. Actually, how does it compare to in person? It's pretty close to in person, but the camera doesn't like to pick up metallics without a bit of setup. So yeah, very early on in the channel history, I spent some time making sure metallics would show up with the setup and the lighting. Is this the new night? Heck yeah, this is the big Cerastus boy, the Destrial. I'm bad at the names. Am I doing a Destrial? I'm doing a Castigator. I tell a lie. This is the Castigator. Keen to get into him. Day one of painting. Really focusing around these top sections, because on the Castigator they're not covered up by any armor panel. Whereas on other nights you'd see more of this covered by armor panel in the legs. The legs are so big with the Cerastus class that all of this is going to show up. A fairly smooth metal. Do I play too or just paint? I play pretty casually. I haven't played a full-size game in a long time, but the local Warhammer store holds, at the moment we're doing a hero bash. Everyone just painted up a single hero. And you go in, and yesterday we had, God, I don't know how many players. It must have been somewhere between 6 and 8 players on one table, each with a single model, running a mission. So, not really any traditional gamer format, just something the manager there puts together to get new players into the hobby. I really enjoy participating in those ones. Getting to hang out with brand new painters, talk shop. Dr. Merlick Stein was there too, hanging out. I do play full-size games, but it's just been a hot minute since I have. This sure isn't an immediate thing, maybe some months or a year away, but it's definitely in my hand to get the table set up at home properly here, and maybe have the homies come by and run some tabletop gaming streams. Got that watch streak hobby cool. Bladesmith, you broke a hand and it's missing the rocks and some other things. Oh, on Zoro. My lord, I thought you were telling me you broke your hand. I was so concerned. Just posted in Discord. Alright, let's check it out on Zorro. Dude, I was so concerned for you. I almost had a heart attack. I was like, you broke your hand? Let me clean this brush a little itsy bit and we'll take a look over on disc. I've been hanging out for this one. Oh man. That got me. Hey, Black Jackal. You're unleashing Skaven on the Horde. That's not all the paint off the brush, but it's also wet the brush up, so she's not going to dry out while we take a look. Let's hit. Discord. Why won't the screen share pick up Discord? There's Discord. Let's reopen. Huh, OBS does not want to see disc. Interesting. Keen to see the Skaven Marines when they're ready. Dude, the Skaven Marines are gonna be an amazing army. Probably the pictures and the light aren't good, but yeah, it's something. It's no worries. We can look past picture quality. Alrighty, let's try that one again. Capture sees Discord. Dude. Okay, this is my first moment seeing it. I've been trying not to open it till Capture sees. Dude! That skin is beautiful. Look at this red warmth in your muscles, in the center of the chest. You've got the warmth in all the right little places. Scratches are stunning. Dude, you're such a new painter. How did you achieve this? You're so new to painting and you're pumping this out, dude. Incredible. Oh, look at this lighting. The sword. Bladesmith, man. How many models have you painted? You're still in like single digits, yeah? This is number 4. Oh man, you got a bright, bright future painting. I love it. He's beautiful. It's maybe missing some shadows. You could establish some recessed shadows in these sorts of lines, maybe? Something you could do is separate this out with more shadow down here. But honestly, it's not missing much. We do have ad break coming up. We're gonna snooze ad break for a minute. We're gonna appreciate Zorro for a good minute here. I'm stoked to see this. Even your tiny detail on the sword you've got in. Yeah, it's only little things like a recessed shade down through here to transition those two colours, black lining. The actual, when you talk about the shadows on your skin, these shadows are quite natural because of the size of the model, because you're working on quite a bigger piece. you don't really need to paint them in. Stuff like how you've established all of this warmth in the skin, that's much more important at this scale. And this green, this blend is beautiful. On the sword. No painting background whatsoever. It's very impressive. Very impressive. Doesn't look every colour because the clothes have some greyish. Oh. Clothes have some greyish, but you've picked up the texture in the clothes there with, I'm guessing, a dry brush? Picked up a decent amount of texture. The only thing you can do more is like individually pick out some of these frayed edges, but still quite a bit of texture for model number 4, especially up here in the green. This green is stunning on the belt. Alright, we just crashed again. Does that get us back in? Sorry for the technical difficulties here. I think I've got... Didn't really set up being the early morning stream, too many background processes running. Maybe I've dropped a module of RAM. Yeah, that's what's going on. 80% memory usage. How so? What's eating that? I must have dropped... lost the module. Wowee. So I think running screen share there definitely hit us hard. Well, we're about to go into an ad break, so I might just deal with some technical difficulties as we head into ad. I'm just going to run that early for a moment, sorry guys. Systems breached, find that tech priest, Dr. Merlichstein indeed. I'm just going to run the ad early, have a look-see what's going on. Ooh, 32 gig of RAM and we're lasting it. Alrighty, I think everyone is back in from that ad. I haven't got anything perfect here, but we should hopefully run at the very least for another hour or so. I'd only planned on being on for another hour. So hopefully we can handle that. The interesting thing is I'm still at 32 gig of RAM and I cannot see more than like a gig being used in Task Manager. Alright, we'll keep rolling, we'll see how we go. Print on the other hand today, Blades, you spent 40 hours on it already. Huge commitment to an early project, I love it, brother. That's so cool. Crazy. Crazy. I will be having a closer look later on. I don't know if I'm game to open Discord and screen share again after the crash though. It's 2 crashes in one stream. Let's get back into our dry brush. See if we can at least be through full dry brush and initial layer by the end of stream 1 with the Cerastus. How are we looking now that we're back in? And if everyone, anyone seeing issues? We'll have some troubleshooting to do tonight. You want to ask me about the store chronicle, you think? Because they aren't sent the brushes yet. The order was placed, mate. Your order was a while back, dude. That's interesting. I'm not sure because I brought mine in the store, not from the online store. It's not something I've heard about them. Emailed them and no answer. Okay, that's super concerning. And that's through their main store. So no tracking numbers provided or anything. Where are we at? We're working down, not up. We made a fairly decent order from them too. Really sorry to hear that, man. Order number confirmed, we're preparing the items. Nothing since then. Yeah, I would expect at least a tracking number. That's 2 weeks out. I wonder if they're missing any of the stock and just not responding, but even if that's the case, they should be letting you know what's happening. Did you pay PayPal or in any format that you can dispute if you end up needing to? I hope that you don't. I really like their brushes. I would hope that their store doesn't operate that way. Oh, credit card. Yeah. Yeah, look, I've only brought both packs. Both packs I brought in the store. So I don't have the experience with their online store. Let me make a note. I'm gonna have a look into this. I can't be recommending their product if they don't ship. I'm going to have a suss around on that bladesmith. That's pretty upsetting to me. I know that plenty of the local retailers in Brizzy managed to get their stock. That's where I picked it up. I know you're excited about them. I'm quite upset that that's the experience that you've gotten out of it. I wonder if I can push an email to them too. The music just died. Are there definitely big computer issues today? That feels like a RAM issue too. Well, we will monitor that. Does Chronicle have like a Facebook or something I can approach them in that direction? Send a message that way. Doesn't look like it. You think waiting is the only answer? Definitely hang in on it. I would cross my fingers that it's a stock issue and that their communication is just bad. It's like they have their product in enough brick and mortar stores that they can't just be not shipping product, running a scam. But I would expect if you're the kind of company that has your product in enough brick and mortars that you would have some communication team running the online. I think actually I am on an email subscriber list for them. Let's see if there's a contact at the end of one of those. See, what I would have expected more than no communication is Aussie shipping being painful, Australia Post being painful. Australia Post being painful, that's common. The shipping overseas. But I didn't expect it to be on Chronicle's end. So also write them on Instagram, zero answer. Okay, so they are on Insta. Does their Insta show that it's been seen at all? If that's the case, that's even worse. I'm gonna get kind of annoyed at that. It's not cool. No, that's not cool. Alrighty. Let's have another look. See, they are on Insta, huh? Chronicle RPGs. Speaking of Zorro, think you lost it. Should you add some shadows on the skin, right? I wouldn't be adding shadows on the skin necessarily, but where the skin meets your other textures, like the clothing, trying to add a defining line of shadow there might help with that transition. I think you're really close with the skin because you're working at a very different scale to 40k miniature scale. Alright, I've got Chronicle here. Would you... maybe if I send them a message, want to send me your order number or something through Discord? Try and hit them from two ends? Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll have a look at them too then. Give me 1 second, let me confirm what other silver I was running on these. You know what, I don't think I need to specifically lay out. I think I'm just gonna spend some more time on the Lead Vulture dry brush over some of these smooth areas. The traditional method for the knights is actually going to work out fine here, these big smooth areas, and such a big rounded dry brush. Game to open disk on my computer again with the crashes. Just gonna grab the phone here. Got you there, man. Cool, I can see that there. When I get off, I'll put something together. We'll try and just smooth that over here a bit more too. This is surprisingly actually a much more dry brushable model than the smaller armatures to hit the big flats and keep them clean. That I think we can dry brush straight up to our next highlight. We might switch into Vallejo here. Go with chainmail silver. Running up towards the end of today's session here too. Got about 40 minutes left in it. Oh, the chainmail silver is low. And the tip's a little bit clogged up maybe. There she goes. Just focusing a little bit more. Yeah, heading in about 40 Bladesmith. It's a different one today. I started early. Did a morning stream, started at 9 AM where I'd normally start at 1. Just got a bit of a commitment in the afternoon, going out to meet my mate's new little bubble. So running an early stream rather than a late one for this Sunday. I will be back on tomorrow, as always for Monday. I just changed up the scheduling for this Sunday to meet the little one. Speaking of scheduling changes, not this weekend, but the weekend after is my granddad's 90th. So, party's on the Saturday, so the party itself isn't going to affect scheduling, but I might just be running some shorter streams, only an hour or two on that weekend and the weekend after, while all of the family's up and about in town. Take the opportunity to catch up with everyone I can. Still jump on, but might be a bit more brief across those days. And on that Sunday it will be the night after the party, so could be a little tired. Be one of those big family bashes with the family from all over the country. Should be a good night. Ask them for some quesadilla. Heck yeah. I think it's gonna be all Chinese cuisine for my granddad. I think he'll be very upset if it's not Chinese. Don't drink too much. I'll try my hardest. Chinese is good too. Yeah, I think it freaks him out when we try to take him to a restaurant anything other than Chinese. Very set in his ways. So for his big one, for his 90th, we'll definitely be taking care of him there. Did I airbrush this piece? Initially I did the prime in lead belcher with a very light zenithal highlight through the airbrush. And then we've washed over all of that, so really we're not seeing right now much of that original airbrush work. It's largely the shade and the dry brush starting to come through now, but there is an airbrush base just to get it started. It was very shiny to get started, and we knocked that right back with the shade, and we're starting to build back up to that sheen. So I'm going pretty hard on the flats up there. But as hard on the flats on the lower legs, less light should be catching anyway. Still gonna hit them. A little more paint on the palette. Definitely needing to replace my chainmail silver. I don't think there is a backup in the drawers. Gonna follow that one up. Do we dry brush or do we hidden edge highlight when we go into the pure silver later? Let's get this dry brush nice and clean while I make a decision. If we do dry brush further, we're definitely going to step down in dry brush size. Looks like the PC's calmed down a little bit. We're down to 50% memory utilization, but that's still crazy. I'm using 16 gig. OBS claims it's only using 700 meg. Who knows? Who knows? A little bit of brush cleaner too. No, you're not done with Zoro. You got your eyes on the next project. This is the way. You're hooked now, my dude. This is painting. Working on one project, already thinking about the next. You're rocking and rolling now. So we'll switch to a flat dry brush. And we'll lay down a little bit of the plater. We'll follow that up with a more controlled edge highlight. We also might remember to come back in and re-establish those happy accidents with the Administrator Grey before we finish today. In fact, our silver's coming along far enough that we might be able to actually spend the last bit of the stream establishing them as actual scratches. Excuse me. As dry brush highlights go, we're pretty much done there, and I have to do the hard work now. Just some actual highlights, edge highlights. But now let's go back and re-establish our happy accident scratches. I can still see the faint signs of them, and I've got those reference pictures. Next project's on Discord, but you're not sure yet. I'm going to take a look myself on the phone, but again, I'm not going to mess with my computer right now too much with the crashes. So might not get a screen share in. Head over to the Discord if you want to see what Bladesmith's got cooking up next. We've got Sledgehammer in the disc too. Oh, with some very cool busts. Oh yeah, the Luffy. That's very cool, Bladesmith. Lot of texture to paint there. Definitely a dry brush target in that fur. It's beautiful. Very cool. Oh, we've got plenty for the Sledgehammer in. Again, I'm really not sure I can screen share off the PC right now, but go and check out Sledgehammer on the Discord. Very cool Templar bust here. .3D prints. Yeah, I think that's really cool. I think that's going to give you a lot of opportunity to paint different bits too. Looks like fun. Alrighty, jump into the wet palette. Get a pad, fresh pad going on. going to scratch into this metal, but because we started with Administratum Grey, it's going to be a non-metallic scratch. Or non-true metallic, but we'll try and work in. About 20 minutes left here before I've got to head out. Should give us time to at least start to re-establish those scratches. Honour that 100 follower happy accident moment. Oh, this is not the right size pad for this palette. We'll bear with it for a short session though. So we'll go back to the Administratum Grey first. Step it back to a size 1 brush. I'm not going to worry about the metallics that are in my paint water. So painting into metallics either way. One of those scratches was right here. One here, though I don't think it's going to be the important one. That will cover by armor panel largely. It's the big one at here that crossed over everything. And below. There's one that I can still faintly see. Across the top there. While we're working this, the cohesiveness, we're going to carry the theme down. Administratum Grey is such a weird colour to be doing this in, but that's happy accidents. Go across this top. Try and tie it in up here. There's not a lot of big flat areas though to scratch. Up here is going to benefit more from rust. Alright, then we're going to find a pure black. Matte black. Create some shadow. A little bit of Doom Death black. We'll just set a shadow underneath each of these scratches. Nothing too special yet, we're just trying to create the depth now. Probably come in Re-establish the Administratum Grey yet again underneath that.
And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the follow there, Trigar. Much appreciated. Welcome in. How's your weekend treating you? Things are good, going well, good stuff. Everyone new here from the raid earlier. And you see me close up my wet palette here on stream. Those stickers are Quartz designs. Quartz, a very cool artist, worth going to check out. I'm gonna leave this alone because we don't have much time left today. I'll just run in and establish the other scratches and we'll try and get them clean and nice on the next one. They cancelled your order. What the hell? Did they give a reason? And did they refund? That's really annoying. Really upsetting to know I can't be recommending their product without knowing that the people I'm recommending it to are even gonna get it. Your order was cancelled because you requested it, but you didn't. I'm still gonna send them a message to ask what's going on. Is there a refund with the cancel? That's pretty upsetting. I think I've only really done rust on the Under Armour before. No real heavy scratching. So this is new, and your payment has yet to be refunded. Okay, keep me posted on that. If they don't refund, that's gonna be a real issue. I'll spend a little bit more time on the scratches on the legs for the 100 follower happy accident. We'll come back to them tomorrow with a final highlight. Make them nice. Suck, because you really, yeah. I wonder if any of the Aussie retailers, third-party sellers do better with it. I don't really after the experience you had, want to push the luck further. Come to think of it, a buddy of mine that I'm going to see this afternoon has Chronicle Cards brushes as well. I don't know where he picked them up. I might find out if he got them directly off their store. got it from a third-party retailer. Knowing him, it probably came from a third-party retailer like Gap Games or something. I'll ask the question. I think it has to do with the country or shipping. That's... Well, yeah, if he's getting it, and other people must be getting it from within Australia for them to be running an online store. Maybe it is. Maybe they listed international shipping and realised they couldn't and haven't handled it well. Truly don't know though. We are very much past the intended end time for today. I'm getting carried away trying to dial in these scratches, but I might have to just put the brush down. Alright. Gonna have to call it there. I do have to head out shortly. But I'll be back on tomorrow. Normal scheduled time. 2:30 PM GMT plus 10. We'll get back into this underskeleton. We'll start to highlight up that silver, spend a bit more time on those scratches too, and then we'll finally start to get some of the detail colours in, some of the bronze and blacks, metallic blacks as well, and then there'll be some red trim here and there. We'll leave it there. So, progress for the day. Nothing special, we're all still silver, but we've also got all of the silver main shade and highlights established. Just bumping into the new project. That said, leave it there for the day. Happy Sunday everyone, I hope everyone enjoys their hobby sessions for the day. Let's see who we can raid on out to. Who have we got hanging out at the moment? Mittens is up. Hecatone is up. Hoblin the Gobbies. Maybe we'll check them. Or who else in just minis and models? This is a different time slot for me. I don't know a lot of the people currently on. I might go check out Hoblin Gobbies. Hecker's gaming. Mittens is doing homework. Let's find someone painting. Let's go check out Hoblin Gobbies. Alright, all. We'll be back in tomorrow. Have a great Sunday. Enjoy your sessions. We'll see you soon. Bladesmith, keep me updated. Let me know if you get that refund. And take care, dude. I'm gonna send them off a message either way. Raid and out. We'll catch you all soon.